Yeah, we are, I don't know how much, but I believe it was something around the 15. That's good, but we will have a lot of people watching us online. There are some people joining us now, and yes, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Let's start, okay, with, I have a presentation here. I don't want to take so long time because I'm not the focus here, and the focus is going to be our speakers that will show us then their know-how. So, and yeah, the agenda, I'm going to a short introduction about the SAP Inside Track Valencia, and then I will give you then is the presentation itself, so the speakers, and then there is a closing. It's pretty short, nothing long. The idea here is really to create a community. And as I said here, the primary goals here is to create the SAP community, okay, so that we have here an alternative SAP hub to comparing to Madrid or Barcelona, and thanks to the guys from Barcelona, from SAP Inside Track Barcelona, they helped me a lot to organize this event, and they give me a lot of tips how to do that, and yes, as a good partner for future events. Okay, so yeah. And here's our team. So myself, I'm also a consultant, SAP consultant. I have a small team here in Valencia. And yes, basically we work with SAP document compliance and advanced compliance reporting. Might look at me. So, and yeah, and Lola Buendia, it is from Waco. And she helped me a lot because she is from the marketing department here. And yes, thank you so much for everything you did. And then we have also, of course, it's Rebecca from the SAP community. Everything started together with her. She helped me by organizing this event. And yes, it was, thank you so much, Svea, for everything you did for us. And yes, of course, the team, it's not based on these 3 persons that are participating here. It's you. So you all are then the community. Without you, the team here, it doesn't make sense. So, good. So, and yeah, so this is only the first one that we are planning, but we would like to plan further SAP Inside Track Valencia. And yes, so if you want to join us and help on the organization, there was another guy, I think it's you, no? Right? So if you're interested, of course, come to us later on so that we can organize further SAP Inside Track, but also Tech9 and SAP Stammtisch, okay? So there are a lot of potentials what we can do here in Valencia. Yeah, and I wanted to use now the opportunity to invite Svea Becker. She is in Germany. She can't travel to Spain because she is working from SAP and it's not allowed. So then, but she is joining us online. And just 1 second, because I will switch here the computer and put her online. So, Svea, welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay.
1 second. 1 second? Yeah, they can hear you. Very good. So 1 second, I will just... how can I do... Huh? Here. Yes. So Svea, before I continue sharing your PTTs, maybe you can give some words before I switch again to the presentation. Okay? Go ahead.
So I'm sorry I cannot see you, but I'm really convinced that there are a lot of people, and thanks very much, Philippe, for inviting me to join you virtual. It's really a great thing that physical meetings start back again, and I would be so happy to be on site. But as Philippe mentioned, it's unfortunately not possible for SAP employees to travel at the moment. So that is the reason why I'm here joining you from the virtual. And yeah, as Philippe said, I'm Svea Becker. I'm part of the SAP community team, really working with the community. And yeah, I would like to talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, I will put in now your presentation so that you can continue talking, okay? So 1 second. The people are not seeing you, okay, Svea, but they will see your slides.
Okay.
So
I don't know what's better. Both
you are seeing the...
good, but
yeah.
Yeah, so as I said, I'm working for the community, and I think, I mean, a community, everyone knows what a community is. So maybe you are in a sports club in the neighborhood or so. And of course, here, all about SAP products, we are also, have to put my volume a bit down. Yeah, we are also in a community all about SAP products. So all my like-minded people about SAP are coming together in our SAP community. And as Philippe already said, when he started to organize his event, you can stay there in the slide. When he started to organize this event, other community members, they reached out and offered the help, like David from Barcelona, or also Morten is there, as I see, and they are so experienced in the community and there for such a long time. And this was also something what I recognized when I came first to an event where the SAP community was part of. So when I was the first time in Barcelona at SAP TechEd some years ago, I really felt the passion from the people who joined there. It's like a family, and this is really so cool being in the SAP community, and no matter in which area you're working in. And I think the base for everything is also the virtual platform we provide, and this is what I want to talk a little bit about. So this is here my profile in the SAP community. Feel free to follow me in the SAP community. And now, Philippe, you can go to the next slide. I briefly want to talk about what the SAP community is, in case you don't know it. I know maybe there are a lot of people who knows it already. So we have this platform where we have different features. When you click another, can you please click another one?
Yeah.
We have 2.8 million unique visitors. We have more than 287,000 visitors per day. Click again, please. And then another one, we have more than 130,000 blog posts. And the last click, we have more than 2.6 billion questions from members. And this is what the community is about. It's about sharing knowledge. It's about helping each other. So if you are keen to share what you have experienced in a project or in your daily work, feel free to reach out here to the community in the blog post system. And if you have a question, reach out to the Q&A. So there's a huge platform, and now I briefly want to tell you what there is in there more for you. So maybe, Felipe, can you click 2 more times? One more time, and then another one. So here you see the numbers I just mentioned. And in the next slide then, no, this was one too much. Sorry.
This one?
Nope, there's another one between. Yeah, this one. Thank you very much. So I briefly want to, there's a little delay, I'm sorry. I meant the next one. So engage in the SAP community.
The next one?
Yes, this one.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. So I only briefly want to tell you what we have in the community. So as I said, we have the question answer, we have the blogging, but we have also topic pages. These pages are provided by SAP. So all the product teams within SAP, they provide those pages, they provide background information, further links, learning experiences, how to start and so on with the topics. So there you can also find really a lot of information, and it's a great opportunity to get a basic knowledge about the SAP products. Then we have the coffee corner. This is more a smaller environment where you do not have to provide a whole blog post, but you can write a short article, also getting in contact with other members, having a little conversation on a topic. So it mustn't be really a huge article you write. It can be a question or so where you want to involve others. This is a great opportunity also to start small in the community with not writing a whole blog post. And then, of course, we have events. All the events are listed on our event page. The main question or so, there's even others. This is a great opportunity also to start different events like SAP Inside Track, SAP Stammtisch, so like writing a whole blog of Stammtisch is coming. Then, of course, we have events. All the events are listed on our event page. The main question or so, there's also others. This is a great time virtual, so it's a great opportunity to connect with others all around the world, joining one of the upcoming SAP Stammtisch. Yeah, we have also direct messaging in SAP Community, so if you follow each other in the community, so you can follow people, and if you follow each other, then you can exchange direct messaging, and of course the advantage is you do not have to exchange email addresses. This is also a really cool feature. We have also a recognition program, so everyone who speaks now in an SAP Inside Track, like today, those speakers and also, of course, the organizer, they will get a badge for organizing or speaking at this event. So we have a huge variety of different badges. And of course, you can personalize your own profile. You can have privacy settings where you can really decide what you want to show to the external audience. And you can also set your notification settings so that you get a notification when you follow, for example, a tag. And of course, I recommend everyone who is part of the community to join or to follow the SAP Inside Track tag, SAP Inside Track tag, so that you get a notification once there is a new Inside Track announced. And if you are not yet part of the SAP community, I would really recommend to be part of it, because it's a great place and it's actually the base for these meetings. There you can meet virtual, and there everything comes together. So when you go to the next slide, I want to thank you for your attention. It was really cool being part of it, although I'm not seeing you, unfortunately. But here is my profile link as a QR code. If you take a picture of this QR code, then you can follow me directly in the community. And when you give me another click, Felipe, then there are my final words for today.
Yes.
Yeah, now have fun. Don't forget the family picture in maybe after lunch or at the end of the event. So I'm really curious to see in social media maybe your family image. So have fun. Enjoy this event. Thanks for very much for having me tuning in. And I would love to be there. So it's really great that I could have been here for this presentation, and maybe you can show me the audience for a second, Felipe, that I can...
Let me see if the camera here is working. I don't know. So 1 second. We are
maybe
more...
you can put me on camera as well.
I'm gonna try, okay? So I cannot promise that it's not gonna work. I'm sorry. Because the...
No problem. No problem. Then let me wave goodbye, everyone. Thanks very much.
People are seeing you now. So.
Okay. And then I hand over to Felipe again, and have fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Svea.
So nice words, and then we can see how powerful the SAP community is.
So, and I really
Just a second, I have to move again. I never understand this here. So, here. Yeah, so thank you so much, Svea. So it was really interesting, your presentation. We could see that the SAP community in general, very good. It works very good, and it's really true what I'm saying, because when I start to get in touch with the SAP community, all of them started to help me. All of them. There were no exception. They started to promote our event here. They helped us in all point of view. So it was really, really a nice experience to be together with the SAP community. So yes, and I saw how powerful this community really is. So yeah, thank you. So let's continue here. Then back now to the SAP Inside Track Valencia. This is our agenda. So now we are having the introduction. So the welcome speech, and then afterwards our colleague here, Alex Boehm, will present the S4HANA or not. Wrong question. I'm not going through the agenda because otherwise we are going to lose too much time. So let's just go forward. So latest at 2 o'clock we should finish, okay? So because some people must travel back home. And yeah, now I'm going to introduce the speakers a little bit, okay? Not so long. First of all, I have here Maite Cosme. Maite, I have a very special history with her because she was the first SAP consultant I knew in Spain. So, and we were both in a SAP training in Waldorf. So learning SAP document compliance, what she's going to introduce to us here. So, and since then we maintain our contact. And I'm really happy that she's going to be here and present exactly what we do as well. Nice. So, and Andrea Plantada, welcome Andrea Plantada. She's working at Sotis. She is FI consultant. And very interesting from Andrea Plantada is that I have contact with the University of Valencia. I tried to engage them, but it was unfortunately too late to put them on board. But next time they want to be. So, and Mercedes, which is I think the course director for S4HANA, no? And she told me she knows you, so and that you are very good. So welcome to the SAP Inside Track. Yeah. The next one, Alex Boehm, of course, my colleague from Austria. He came here just for the SAP Inside Track Valencia. Of course, he all came here to see our team, and he is a business unit manager and business transformation architect at Forum. And his topic today is going to be the S4HANA or not. Wrong question. He has a huge experience, and he is former SAP employee. Okay, so yes. And Luis Felipe Lanz. Luis Felipe Lanz is here, so he is a cloud expert and engagement executive at SAP. There is also an interesting story behind him because I got his contact from the SAP Inside Track Barcelona. David, thank you. And he sent to me, no, I know someone that is really good on presenting, and yes, gave me the contact. I contacted Luis Felipe Lanz, and he joined, he accepted at the moment the invitation. Thank you so much. So, and here to add here, so his topic, he has a really interesting topic as well, that is the SAP SAP Mobile Start. the intelligent enterprise at your fingertips. I'm really looking forward to see this presentation because it's a new topic at SAP, and I think it could be interesting for everyone here. So then, Morten Wittrock. He is from Denmark and traveled to Valencia only to be here with us. So thank you so much to come here. It's amazing. Morten Wittrock was the first speaker. In fact, I remember when I put in the SAP community, there's a blog. I introduced, or we had a planning to have this event, and he was one of the first that said, "I want to go." So okay, so and yeah, he works for KMD, Information Technology and Services, based of course in Denmark. He is open source enthusiastic, right? So and he is really in this world open source. And he is going to share with us a topic, open source in the SAP world. So, yeah, thank you so much, Morten. And here comes the Renan Correa. So, he's SAP Global Tax Management expert. He's a Brazilian, so I know he's a celebrity in Brazil and famous. He is participating in different SAP Inside Tracks, and he has a blog as well, and very, very famous with this topic here. He's working for a company in Germany, CBS, and he traveled from Germany to Valencia to be here with us. Okay, so he has, so as we Brazilian, we are always complex, so the topic is how to move to S4HANA globally and stay compliant with local legal reports using the SAP Advanced Compliance Report. Very nice title. So then this topic, we work with this as well. And yeah, nice. I'm really interested to see how you're going to present it. And of course, just to close here, everything, this is our sponsors. Thank you so much to SAP Community. A big thanks to Waco, co-working where we are. It's an amazing place to work, and also to have events, as you see here. Thank you so much also to Forum, the company where I'm working. And they are supporting us here, and Sotis, of course, is helping us. Thank you so much, Sotis. And yes, so we have also Espresso tutorials that join us in the very last second, and they are supporting us. And there is something very interesting because they are introducing new books in Spanish. It was not before, so now they have it. The books, as far understood from the colleague, they are very short and go to the point. So, and then we are going to share 5 subscription for 1 year for free. Okay, so but this we are gonna get. We can, I don't know how to say it in Spanish and in English. Sortear. Huh? Raffle, yeah, thank you. We are going to raffle, so 5 subscriptions. There is a value of, I believe, 150 euros. So it's really nice, 1 year flat rate. You can download books. So, but this will be at the end for the feedback. Okay, so we are going to send you an email. So please give us feedback, and then we can raffle a subscription. So. But thank you so much to Inigo that contact me, and thank you so much, Inigo. So, yeah, done. We are reaching the end of the presentation. I just left here a sentence that I read, in fact, in the coffees here that we have in Spain. There's so a sugar package that you have normally here, and then there are really interesting sentences, of course, in Spanish. and I read one of them, and I like so much, and I put here. So I think it's important that you cannot win time, you cannot lose time, you can really only spend your time, okay? It's impossible, you cannot change it. So, and this we should deep understand this philosophy, okay? So, and I like it. Yes, so thank you so much. I talked a lot. Now my colleague Lola will have a small speech. She wants, of course, also to introduce Waco much better than me because she's the marketing director here at Waco. So Lola, welcome, and I give you the chuk.
I'm going to be very quick. I just want to thank you all for coming. We are very happy to have you here. This is a very special place. I don't know if many of you know it, but this is a co-working, but also a place to have meetings, get people together, and create communities as yours. So we're going to be here, me and my colleagues. If any of you want to show the rest of the building, we will be happy to show you. And that's it. We're very glad to have Felipe and his team here working with us in the co-working, as well as many other companies, and enjoy the journey. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Lola. Amazing. So, okay, then we finished now. Now we are going to start with the presentations. And the first one will be Alex Boom. So welcome, Alex. I will put now set up your presentation here. So the topic again, S/4HANA or not? Wrong question.
Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome from my side. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. That's, let's say, after 1.5 years, the first business trip for me, after I got grounded in, let's say, March 2020, coming back from Moldova. At that time, I was a SAP employee, and I used the Corona time, the first lockdown in Austria, let's say, to change from global SAP company to a mid-sized company at Forum. When Felipe asked me to present here, to share my experience, I just asked him, okay, you know, I'm a business architect. I'm usually deeply involved in S/4HANA transformation. So what I did for the last, let's say, 6 to 7 years, I together with huge companies, I prepared them for their S/4HANA transformation. So we did roadmaps with them. We prepared their individual S/4HANA transformation path. And a lot of questions usually come up, and I just said, okay, my experience is how to move to S/4HANA, how to prepare customers for their new way, for the new technology, and a lot of questions usually come up. And from my side, these are the wrong questions. This is the wrong approach, because when you are inside SAP, you usually hear cloud, cloud, cloud for the last years. Then you hear intelligent enterprise, intelligent enterprise, intelligent enterprise, and all this stuff. And then you come out to your customers, and they usually have, let's say, old systems, especially in Austria. Austria was the first market outside Germany, together with Switzerland. So our customers have their SAP systems for 20 years and longer. So this is, let's say, a long history in their systems. And the questions there are, okay, should we keep our on-premise system or not? Or what's the easiest way to come to S/4HANA? Because we have a lot of set programs inside. And so on and so on. So a lot of questions coming up, but I think to look for the future, you have to approach this topic a little bit different. So, who I am, I put together some pictures of myself. As you see at the very left side, this was in a very earlier time, so I had some hair on top as well. And the little child in the middle is now the tallest of us. It's now my 15 years old son, Max. Yeah, we're a family, 5 of us, living outside Vienna. So I grew up in Vienna, the nice St. Stephen's Cathedral, which you can see in Vienna. I put together some of my favorite hobbies. So I'm sailing, passionate sailor, but I have a new project, the motorboat, which I bought, and we are currently rebuilding that motorboat, which is let's say, a tricky project, and I didn't expect that. Yeah, and my starting point was, more than 20 years ago, was the law faculty in Vienna. I studied law there, and my goals at that time was I had my master thesis in public law as well, about tourist convention and so on, so in a completely different area. But then I moved into the IT business with tailoring. At that time it was Mannesmann Telekom. So it was a telco time at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s. Then I moved to T-Systems, and this was the time where I moved into the SAP area as well. Then I went to SAP for 13 years, from 2007 on. And for the last years, I was an architect there, focused on the energy and natural resources industries. And there is one brand, SAP Ariba. As I was a purchaser for some time, SAP Ariba was acquired in 2012. And I was responsible for the onboarding at that time in Austria for the post-merger integration team. So there is a passion for cloud solutions as well on my side. Some key figures on Forum, which is a mid-sized company and which is owner-managed as well with 160 employees. I think some of them are here today, and I'm very happy to see our office for the first time here in Valencia. Times are changing, and there is one question I usually have when I'm asking mobile phones, the technology of mobile phones as we know it today. How old is this technology? What do you think? Remember when the first Apple iPhone came on the market? Yeah. So, which year? No? 7, 8, yes, correct. So, 2007 and 8, we started using mobile phones in the way we use it today. Of course, we had some early adapters as well. There was a brand like BlackBerry and so on, which used similar technologies, let's say it this way. But of course, the technology we are used to work with is about 12, 13 years old. Also, the technology behind that, 3G, to have all this data you can send around, is about 5 years older than that. So this means we are on one hand using SAP systems which are much older, and on the other hand we have a technology which we are so used to use on a daily basis, and we expect that from a very old system which has a completely different, had a different approach as well. I put it together a nice video or some videos. I'm not sure if they work here. They work. If you look at the videos, there are 3 videos, and they just show one thing. This is the evolution of the desk for the last, let's say, 30 to 40 years. So on the very left side, you have one picture. This is a desk what I remember when I was at my father's office as a young boy in the very early 80s of 1980, something like this. And this is a desk what we are on the right side, how we use a desk today, how we work today. If you go through this area, everybody has his laptop, is used to work with his apps. So a lot of things change in the way how we work, how we are used to work, because everybody of us is used to order something at Amazon. Everybody of us is used to have his Google Maps instead of a huge map in the car and so on. So this is something we have to focus on when we think on moving to S/4HANA as well, because the old system we have didn't have this much software. This is just an overview of all the business software brands to give you an idea how many different software providers, how many different software should or could be connected to our customer systems. And just to get that and to get an idea how processes at customers work with all these different softwares, which we of course did not have in 20, 25 years ago, gives an idea how we have to think in future. And this is exactly the approach we have. And there is one thing we also have to keep in mind. If we talk to a customer might have a different meaning of some words what we have. If you come there with a typical SAP mindset, you might mean something different than the customer has in his mindset. I put it there together a meaning of a burger, because when I talk about burger, my son, of course, means that one. Yeah? With his 15 years, there's a really nice burger restaurant nearby my village. Very nice and very expensive, of course. But for my 15 years old son, that's the burger. When I asked for the SAP strategy, my former colleagues, they sent me the burger presentation, and it looked like something like this. Some of you might be familiar with the SAP strategy and how they show it. And the important thing for me is, as well, there is only one small thing. If you look at here, this one, this is the ERP system in the whole overall strategy of SAP. So if we look back let's say some years ago, the overall strategy looked like this. When I showed that to our trainees about half years ago and to young colleagues, none of them remembered that one. But let's say experienced consultants in my team, and I'm in the lucky position to have a lot of very experienced consultants in my own team with more than 25 years of experience. They all know what that is. Yes, there is a huge difference between this one and the other one. And that's the way how it worked during the last, let's say, years. But this for us means also we have to rethink how to work, because our consultants usually come from that 1990 way of thinking, of the 1990 way of using SAP as a, let's say, automating processes and integration was the word we used at that time, to an intelligent enterprise. And this is a quite long way. So two different things. One, of course, a much more complex strategy. The other thing, different meanings of the customer. And the third thing, of course, which came up as well, is our end-to-end processes. And when I mean end-to-end processes at SAP, they don't mean one of those nice MM module or SD module or something else like this. They really mean an end-to-end process. If you mean order-to-cash process from an SAP methodology, you mean an SD consultant, but you need FI consultants as well. So there are different modules from a former SAP strategy you have to involve into an end-to-end process. Also, you have to think on not only one solution. You have to think on a bunch of solutions, on suites which are built around, especially in the finance area as well, but in all other areas also. We have a lot of cloud solutions and on-premise solutions which were added to the strategy as well. So the finance consultant in the past was very experienced in one or two modules. You can do everything in this one or two modules. The finance consultant today has to see the end-to-end process. They have to have the experience how a business process works as well. This doesn't mean we don't need the other ones. The other ones, we need the deep experience as well. We need a combination of both. We need a combination of the deep experience, what was possible, what is possible, but we also need the experience in end-to-end business processes. And this is a huge change for, let's say, consultants as well. So there is as well another topic which dramatically changed for me. This was the collaboration with other companies. When we first, at SAP, when I joined SAP, we had SAP, of course, and then we had one-to-one connections to partners at some time, and this was really a tricky business. Today, everybody's talking on business networks, how to connect with networks, how to connect along supply chains, and so on. So there is a completely different way of thinking, and this is also something a consultant has to consider and has to know when he goes out to the customer, because today's customer usually does not expect only the technical view to make test codes and to know a module. They really want to know how a best practice process could work and should work all over the different solutions. And also, a consultant has to know the different solution for the end-to-end process instead of using SAP code. Means functionality of standard solutions instead of, okay, I have a solution. Sorry, I have a solution and I do everything to adapt this solution to a customer-related standard, because this is one of the main problems we face at the moment, that each and every customer has his individual set program thing, and now we have to bring them to S4HANA with their highly individualized processes. And this is exactly the problem what we have as consultants in each S4HANA transformation. The other thing are the requirements. When you talk, when we had discussions with CFOs, a CFO in the past asked us for BW, for business objects, and so on, to get a reporting. Today they want analytics. They want data models, models to see, to predict something, to play with the figures, to see what could happen when I change something as well. It's not only an ex post view. So you need this end-to-end processes fully integrated between on-premise, cloud, and so on, to get this overall view and to get together all the data you need for these predictions and for this overall insights. What does this mean, especially for us? As I mentioned before, it's really the process knowledge. I have a number of very experienced consultants who had been in business positions before. Like I was in purchasing department. I have one of my architects was really at one of the big 5 companies as an advisor, a tax advisor as well, and she really knows the process, the overall processes in depth. And that's exactly what we need when we go to customers. They want to see how is an understanding of the overall process and how others do that. This is and so on. The translation capabilities. I wrote translation there because what we see when a customer uses some vocabulary, and from SAP side we use other vocabulary from time to time because we were so used to it. And we need this translation from business capabilities at the customers to the capabilities of the SAP solutions. This is the one of the biggest difference, because in the past somebody told I need this and that functionality, and then somebody sat there and did some programming, and at the end of the day hopefully we got this, we got the result. But now we have to look what can we do with standard processes as much as possible, and then we have to look how to adapt the standard process in some parts with some tools to get that result as well. And of course, I had this set of solution, but I mentioned that before. The modules itself have, of course, the functionality, and this is the core functionality. And when you look at the SAP strategy, partner solutions become more and more important as well, especially in the industry side. So we have to focus on this industry solution sets as well, on these partner sets, because they become more and more important. SAP is at the moment working on a strategy putting more and more apps onto a business technology platform which we can use. So a partner will develop something and others can use it like an app. And this is the way of thinking forward. So it's a completely different way of doing. But this means for us as a consultant, we also have to look on those apps and look and put that together to a big picture for each and every customer. So I started with a clear statement: S/4HANA or not. This is the wrong question. From our side, you first have to be clear what you want to do, what you want to see in future, and do you really want to change something, or do you just want a technical conversion? Do you just want a kind of release hub, like technically put S/4HANA onto your system and that's it? But you won't change any process, or do you really want to change processes? Do you want to look on the end-to-end processes? Do you want to work with new technologies? This is the reason why I mentioned, for example, Google Maps in the beginning, or working like Amazon, buying something at Amazon and so on. Using new technologies, or just using the process, and of course, how to operate your future target landscape well. The most important thing is at the beginning what needs to be technically done. I think we introduced each other from CBS as well. We all have different ways how to go to S/4HANA. Yeah? There are process landscapes. There are special approaches. I think the most important way for all SAP consultants is to support the customer with the right set of questions to understand what the customer really wants, what he really needs at the end of the day, in terms of end-to-end processes, in terms of target landscapes, and so on. So this is the change what we see from our consultancy perspective, and this was what I just wanted to share with you, what we see at our S/4HANA customers each and every day, and I think this will become more and more important as well.
Thank you so much, Alex. But I don't know, we have to ask Maria. Maria, there are questions there? No, not so far. Okay. So, Alex. Oh yeah, of course. There are some questions here from someone wants to ask our colleague. So it was really interesting. So I must say it was also the first that I had from you, and it was amazing. So yeah, but Rudy has a question. So wait. Yeah.
Only, you know, not every company will be able to do this big step to move in a full target architecture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think each and every customer needs his own way. This is the first thing. Yeah. Of course, there are different options, different tool sets to use at the beginning to bring the customer into the right direction. See, from my point of view, it's our consultant obligation to use the right set of tools to bring the customer to into his direction. Yeah? Of course, it's different if you have a multinational company instead of having a small, mid-sized company with one small ERP system. There is a completely different approach, and we need to work with both or in between all different kinds of customers. Yeah, and from my personal point of view, I really liked the idea of model companies. Of course, this is an old term, I know that. It stopped this January because it went into the industry cloud solutions and in some other parts of the overall intelligent enterprise. But with some customers, this might also be an idea to have really a standardized system and for the industry, for example. Also, we can consider private cloud, public cloud solutions as well. It really depends what the customer needs in the future. If the customer is willing to change something, we have also customers and discussion with customers who clearly stated, we have clear control on our SAP system. We know what we changed. We just want to put it on S4HANA, and that's it. I just wanted to have a technical conversion. That's a term for that. This is what I wanted to explain. We have to ask the customer where he wants to go. And the customer has to be clear on that. This is, for some of our customers, really also a difficulty, but this is a little bit different to the past, I think. Mm-hmm.
No questions? Okay. Online? Nothing? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Alex. It was amazing, your presentation, really. Very interesting. Yeah, I have here. Choof, moment. Yeah, okay. They are recording, huh? So, yeah. Let's see. Here, of course, the very important slide. Oh, you can see. Well, now, I don't have exactly now the agenda. Let me see here. Sorry. Here. So now we have a short break, guys. So we start again at 11:05. So if you want to go to the toilet or something like that, there's one. There's one in the entrance as well. So 5 minutes. So at 11:05. So we have 10 minutes break. Okay. So. Yes, guys. So, wait. I can. So, hello again. So, after the break, welcome back. So now my colleague Renan Correa will present us the move to S/4HANA globally and stay compliant with legal reports using SAP Advanced Compliance Reporting. I'm really interested on this topic because we work exactly with the same topic. And yes, Renan, welcome, and the stage is yours. Sorry, 1 second. So Renan, he's a blogger, and he has his S4CN, and he has a channel. So I want also to promote, of course, his channel, because he came to Valencia privately. And please, if you want to know a little bit more about SAP Advanced Compliance Reporting or other FI topics, right? So then visit his blog, so S4CN. So, yes.
Thank you. Hola. ¿Todo bien? Okay, that will be all the Spanish for now. I will be talking about one of the sexiest topics we have in SAP, finance, taxes. That is really one of the best topics because basically all companies implementing SAP, they have to implement finance. So that's one of the best areas to work for. And I have chosen the longest title I could think of for the presentation. Move to S/4HANA globally and stay compliant with local legal reports using SAP Advanced Compliance Reports. Ooh, I have to breathe a bit after that. Yeah, I couldn't even remember the whole title. I had to read it a bit. But the idea here is that SAP is complex to implement. Legal reporting is complex. So I cannot have a simple title. That wouldn't fit the presentation. For the next, I don't know, 28 minutes, 27 now, I will talk about 3 main things. I'll talk a bit about S/4HANA. Alex already talked a lot about moving to S/4HANA, moving to new things, and implementing new things on SAP. But I will focus on a very detailed thing, finance, taxes. What is important about a global rollout? Companies, they plan and they implement, they try the same process everywhere in the world. And when we think about production, for example, for production, companies, they can more or less implement their global template anywhere. Because when they have a production order in the factory, it works more or less the same in Turkey, in Argentina, in China, with very small differences. They don't have what is called localization. Localization is what makes finance special. When we think about how companies post their accounting documents, that changes in every country. Because you have different tax laws, you have different tax codes, tax rates. The taxes that are due in a certain operation are different. So localization is really a key thing for finance. So when the companies, they design a global template to implement in SAP, that is the first area when they do the rollout, they see roadblocks. Because they make a global template and they think, okay, it's 100% user-proof. We will not have any problem. First country they go to implement, when they go to finance, okay, now we have a new requirement. Nobody thought about that. We interviewed all users from all countries, but that didn't come before. It came now when we do the rollout. So it always happens in the area of finance. And in the past, it was quite complicated in SAP. It was not so easy to implement finance and to deliver legal reports. And that is one of the reasons why SAP developed ACR, Advanced Compliance Reports, to make it easier and to make it more standardized, because there was no standardized approach before. So the idea of SAP ACR is to have a global cockpit, a global interface, and global processes that global IT can work with and can understand, that is easier to roll out to different countries. That is the main idea of SAP ACR. And before I go to the system or to the details of the system, I still have to think and talk about one thing. How these challenges in the area of finance evolved over time. So in the past, the governments, they wanted some information from the companies. They had paper forms. So companies were filling paper forms, sending it by mail to government. It still happens today in Germany. And governments saw, okay, this paper form is complicated to process. It has lots of manual work from us. So they started to ask for electronic files. So they had text files. And it happened around the world. Several different governments have several different text formats to inform taxes, invoices, or accounting details. It all evolved and evolved really quick. We went to online forms. We started with the electronic invoices. First electronic invoices, they were basically files that you could upload in the government portal. It evolved to a submission via web service. With electronic authorization, now the goods cannot leave the company if the government doesn't say you are allowed to do it. And then governments got different accounting standards, accounting legal formats in every country. So you have to inform everything that happens in the company, and they have to audit you remotely, and they fine you remotely because they now know everything you do. So we evolved from this e-invoice, accounting to everything. The government wants everything. They want to know every operation the company does and how they do that and what is the result, and most important thing, if the taxes are collected at the end of the process. So that's the background of e-compliance, e-invoice, and e-reporting. And this slide is really ugly, but that's exactly how it is. Ugly is the word to define the legal reporting in SAP. Because we have 200, 300, 500 reports, different transaction codes. We had different configurations, different flags. Everything is really confusing. They all look the same, but they have different meanings. We have the same word, the same icon in SAP representing different things in different reports. And that's exactly how legal reporting in the ECC world is today. We usually in the presentations, like marketing presentations, we say, in the past ECC was like that. No, ECC is like that today, 2021. It's not better. And this really presented a big challenge for companies. Because when you are rolling out a global template and you go talk to the users in Argentina, they say, I have this report, Libro IVA Digital, I have this report, City Buenos Aires report, and then Global IT, okay, never heard about it, let's Google it, let's check SAP Help, what is it about? And they start then to look for the transactions, and that happens in a global scale. So every country the company goes to, they talk to the end users, okay, we have different legal reports, different formats, different transactions we need to map, provide authorizations and everything. And these reports in ECC, they have specific characteristics. Basically, they are not process-based. So the users, they go there, they run it, they generate an output, and that's it. But if I am a compliance manager or a tax manager, I don't know when was executed, when the report is due, when was the report delivered, where the file is stored. That it doesn't happen in the system. That is outside. So we manage it in Excel or in network folders or whatever else, but not in SAP. And that poses also a threat to companies because they can have compliance exposure if they don't find a file during an audit, or if the file is manually modified after it's generated and then nobody knows where is the original file. So these things are complicated if you're a tax manager. But it is a challenge today in SAP. That's the SAC legal reporting. SAP has a very nice slide to represent more or less what I explained. So that ugly slide is more or less the same thing represented very well by SAP here, saying we have thousands of legal reports, we have manual processes, we have manual steps done by accountants in the end of the process. We have to extract data from SAP to sources outside SAP to do legal reporting. That is SAP representing how it is in ECC. So even SAP knows it doesn't look so good in ECC. But the thing is, they really thought about it and they redesigned legal reporting for S/4HANA. I'm not here to advertise SAP, but I have to say, ACR is really good and it works really well. And I will talk now a bit about what they redesigned and what is included in it. When we talk about this S4HANA ACR, the official name, I don't remember. I think it's SAP Solutions for Advanced Accounting Reporting. It's really complicated with the naming. It will always change in the end. But what is included in it? And it's important to mention. S4HANA ACR contains the legal reports, VAT, withholding tax, financial statements, additional reports, and it is centralized. We have a cockpit where the users can go there and see all the reports for all countries in the same app. So they followed a kind of Lord of the Rings approach. It's one app to rule them all. Now the users, they have one app to get all their legal reports. And if I'm a global process manager or a compliance manager, I know where to find the files and I know where to find the details because it's one app. It's not 200 different transactions that I don't have access in the production system. Another thing SAP redesigned is how data extraction works. Data extraction was really complicated in the past. These reports, they worked with more or less the same data, finance. So we had the company code, we had BKPF and BSEG, the accounting document tables, and we had BSET, the tax table for accounting data. But the way the reports read the data was always different. If I had the report for Mexico or I used the report for Germany or Argentina, they had different logic to access the same data. It was not standardized. And that was because it was developed by different teams in SAP over different periods of time using different technologies. That always happened. But now with ACR, we have more standardized process because we have more CDS views with standardized data access. We also have standardized BRF plus functions to read and to access data, so that the data extraction became much better. And SAP turned also the generation of the reports into a process-based thing, which is very nice. So now I know when the report was executed, first and last, or every time it was executed, I have logs about that. I know if the accountants, they changed the file manually and submitted a different version of the file for the government. If they do that, they can upload the file into ACR and store the actual delivered file for the government. So it's really nice. And SAP also developed it as a framework. Originally, ACR was called a Statutory Reporting Framework. It was not ACR. And actually, it is really a framework. You have options to enhance, extend, and develop using the apps provided by SAP, and they are easy to consume, like a framework should be. And that makes our work as partners much better, because now we don't need to debug the programs or check the actual code to reverse engineer and do enhancements. No, we can see the definitions, and we can make new definitions on top of that. That makes the implementation process more standardized and easier for consultants as well. SAP already provides some analytics for some of the reports. That is an area that is being improved. It's just some of the reports have analytics, but since most of the reports have CDS views, it's now also easier to build and consume this data in analytical models. And data is auditable. So SAP already generates logs, and you can see which documents were selected in a specific report execution, or if the accountants manually removed a certain document from the report. So it's easier to see where the problems are happening and where the company has to act in the next months to avoid problems in the legal reporting. So these are functionalities SAP included in ACR based on what they learned over 30 years of implementing different legal reports in dozens of countries. I will show a bit some of the functionalities of ACR. The product itself is really big. If you want to learn it, it's a workshop for a week. But I will show some of the things I think are the most important. First, so that 200 reports, they became 2 apps. One app for IT, that is the defined compliance reports, where I have all the report definitions, and one app for the actual users of the system, the run compliance reports. So here we already have a big benefit. It's not just because it's Fiori, but because it's really a central cockpit. In the IT view, if I am a functional consultant, global IT member, I have this defined compliance reports app. There I have the report categories. The report category is what kind of report I am providing. For example, if I think about Germany, one report category is VAT for Germany. And this report category supports one thing that is interesting, multiple report versions. Because if the government changes the layout from 2020 to 2021, I have now the definition for both reports in the system. If I need to rectify data from the past, I can use the past layout. In the past, in some reports, that was a problem. Government wanted rectification from 2 years ago, but we had implemented nodes, and now the report would not match anymore. So that is a problem solved with these different report versions. And another thing that is pretty interesting, SAP developed a kind of wizard with 7 steps to create a report. What is the idea behind of this wizard? Everything I need to create a report or to define what is included in the report is in this wizard. So I know from the wizard what are the selection parameters for the screen of the report. What is important to be considered? Company code, business place, section code, or additional details. I have the query definition. That is another functionality very interesting. So now I know the data sources for the report. I don't need to open SE80, open the program, and look for the tables that are used. Now it's already declared as a data source. And data sources can be really modern data sources like CDS views or HANA calculation views, but also BRF plus functions or traditional ABAP classes and methods. It's really interesting to see that already from the beginning of the report definition. I don't need to go to coding and debugging to reverse engineer. SAP already gives me the information from the beginning. That's pretty good. Also, I can have correspondence. I can create forms, easily integrate forms into the reports. Yeah, in some countries, like US, for example, we have reports that are delivered in PDF for the government. So they already support that integrated to the framework. Or if I want to create a form, let's say withholding tax in several countries, it's normal to provide withholding tax certificates to vendors that can be already created and integrated into the framework. And also they have a default item log, and where I can see which documents were selected or not, and it's stored in the database. So I always know what documents are taken into consideration to a certain report. And I skipped one thing, because one thing I want to go into detail, the mapping. As a consultant, I almost cried when I saw the mapping, because now it is really easy. In the past, this was always hours of work of debugging, checking the code, and see where data is coming from. And now SAP has a functionality that shows me where is the data source, and from which field of the data source I am getting the final output of the report. So that functionality is really good for consultants and makes it easy to extend reports or even create new reports, because now it really doesn't require go actually coding there, but you can do that from a wizard point of view. That's much easier and works really well. I created a report with around 10 to 15 minutes after I learned a bit how it works, and I created the report with 10 to 15 minutes. If I think about ABAP coding, that was not possible. In the past, the simplest report I would create would take 1 to 2 hours minimum until it worked and compiles and everything. So that was really one of the best functionalities I have seen for consultants. But SAP is not a system for the consultants, it's a system for the companies. So we have benefits also for the users. When we talk about the run reports, that is the app used by the end users, accountants, it is now process-based. So I can see where is the process in the month. I can see the due date of a report. I can see how many activities were already executed for the report. So that really gives a very good overview for a tax manager of where the team is working, what are the problems, or are my reports already delivered or overdue, without sending emails out to the team. That is a very good functionality. And one thing SAP included is what they call activities. So from the perspective of the process before in ECC, we only had report execution. It was always report execution. What happens before that, I don't know. That's not designed in the system. But now with reporting activities, I know, oh, I still have to check my open items and see if they have to be reported this month. I have to run the report. After that, I have to post a tax payable because I owe money to the government. That is in a process view now. And these report activities can be customized. You can add more reporting activities according to your process. So if you have additional steps, you can include them here and make them visible in the process flow. That is very interesting. Also, for the managers, it's very interesting to know when the reports are executed and when they are delivered. And that is really clear from the system. So if check that the report is due and, okay, who is working on this? You can go there and you can see, this report was already executed by my team 10 times this month. Well, maybe we have a problem here because that's not so normal. Or they are working on something because data from the accounting documents is not correct at this point. Or they are having problems to integrate into sending the files to the government. There is something wrong, but you can check and you can see that in the system. So the report runs, they store also the files in the server. So I can see what are the files they created, and I can also compare the files and see what was different between one run and the other. That is really good. And SAP also provided embedded analytics. So there is a very small icon there, and for some reports, I already have the analytics. That's usually the first thing the accountants ask me when we are doing legal reporting. Okay, we generate this report with 1,000 invoices. The total amount of VAT is 10,000 euro. How do I check this? How do I know if it adds up or not? So that is already in embedded analytics. So you can see the details from the file. You navigate from your actual content to the data that generated that information, and you can compare it. So it's a very nice functionality that works both for managers and for consultants. That is interesting from SAP. But there is always a but. When we talk about S/4HANA, we have different versions. Since, I think, 2016, we have different versions of S/4HANA. And SAP is very good at developing process-based solutions, but there is another thing they are very good at: changing the names of the products. And that happens here. So until 2020, SAP had two solutions. One, advanced compliance reporting, and another solution called document compliance for the electronic documents. That will be talked about later on. And now, with S/4HANA 2021, they are changing a bit the strategy. It makes sense, but they are changing the names of the products. So these two solutions until S/4HANA 2020 will be one solution in S/4HANA 2021. What is the practical difference for the customers now? Basically zero. Is the name change. But in the future, there will be more changes. They said they are going to change licensing, but that is a commercial topic. I'm really not an expert. I will not comment about licensing. Too complicated. Maybe we can ask somebody from SAP that is in the audience. No, sorry. But that will be one of the main changes right now. Naming convention and licensing. But the idea, and that's important to mention, SAP is changing that because when we think about the compliance topics and challenges of the companies, they are getting more and more together. What is a legal report or a periodic report? And what is an e-document? These lines getting really blurred. Sometimes it's difficult to say, is this scenario e-document, e-reporting, or what? So that's the idea. Here we have more integrated cockpit. SAP already developed a new app for that, where you can see the status, the overall status of the e-documents and the legal reports on the other hand. So the idea is that everything is getting blurred. These lines are getting crossed from each side. So now we have to call it as one app. And the story to sell is also the same story, because in the end, when we get to legal reporting, we already had the documents created for many countries. And they had to comply also with legal formats. So it really makes sense that the product goes to a direction where, okay, everything is deeply connected and we cannot say anymore sometimes what is reporting, what is e-invoicing. That is something that is going to be released yet. If I'm not mistaken, the S4HANA 2021 will be released in October 13th. Then we have more information. SAP did a summit a few weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago, and they already showed some of these changes, but it's not yet published as documentation in the help portal because they are waiting it to be together with S4HANA 2021. Since I talked about S4HANA, taxes, and ACR, I would also talk about a bit more, patience, I'm almost finishing, about the pain points to implement these kind of things in global systems. Because now S4HANA ACR, okay, it's a very nice solution, has a lot of new functionalities, support, several business cases, but it still has one challenge. It has to be implemented. And that doesn't happen by accident. That really requires planning from the companies. So think about what global companies have as a challenge. First is the frequency of changes. That is pretty clear. In some countries, things change on a daily basis. I will not talk about Brazil. Yeah, I will not trash talk Brazil. But that also happens sometimes in Mexico and Argentina. Things change. I remember a case in Argentina, the government stopped allowing invoices to be issued in foreign currency from one day to the other. That happened. And if you have contracts with foreign currency, what do? If you have to implement it in the system from one day to the other, you cannot sell in a different currency anymore. So this is a challenge, the frequency of changes. Because here, if you want to implement changes in SAP S4HANA, you have to think about your maintenance calendar. Can I implement these changes? Do I have a window to put these changes on? Because I cannot plan it in advance. I do not know when the government is going to change something. But that is a challenge for the companies, and that's a big one, because sometimes changes come at very short notice. I have to think about developments, because now the developments I had for old reports, they are really not so used anymore. I have to think about new developments and see how to integrate them into a framework where my global IT can understand what's going on. Because if I follow the old approach and I have different developments, different concepts for every country, in the end, global IT is not able to support it. Global IT will always need somebody else to take care of that. We have to think about process integration, and that's really important, because S4HANA ACR works really well, but it also builds it on top of scope items of S4HANA. So it believes that you are implementing the standard process. So when you don't have a standard process, or you have a deviation from the standard process, you also have to take into consideration, okay, how this will be integrated in legal reporting and e-invoicing in the end. Because that is then a big challenge. If I don't have what SAP planned in the original scope item, then I have a customization that will require a lot of effort in the end. I have to include always my professionals in the process of choosing the system, choosing the solutions, and designing and testing it. And that is really important. For companies, sometimes what happens, companies, especially in Europe, they tend to think that IT can check finance stuff, or IT can talk with local IT in the country and they can define finance stuff. But when we talk about Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, these countries are really complicated. If you don't have a legal expert there, the discussion is pointless. IT cannot handle that. So it really requires you to involve the key users and the business users from the units to have the project implemented. Otherwise, you have a set of rules that will be challenged in the first test you do. And then you have to redesign and more effort. And last thing now, S4HANA ACR is inside S4HANA. So that is a benefit because you don't need to install another system, but you also need to take into consideration that for sizing of the system and for performance. In some countries, legal reporting is not that complicated, but in countries like Brazil, where you have hundreds of extra tables for legal reporting, data volume can really play a big difference. And you can sometimes have performance issues if it's not well planned in advance. And these was more or less a summary of the challenges we have for implementing S/4HANA ACR in global environments. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and if you have questions, I will be here to answer them if I know the answer.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
At the beginning of the presentation, you show an slide or a slash that was showed the integration. Okay, integration with SAP BTP, right? So that means our iFlows, right? So they are also standard iFlows for the tool ACR.
Yes and no. SAP has built a software as a service, a full software as a service solution for ACR. So what they do, you have to, let's say, buy the package from SAP that contains already the standard communication for the government entities. Because here, we are not talking about, let's say, communication with general business partners, customers, vendors, transporters. We are always talking B2G government communication. So SAP already built it and incorporated it, and it's a licensed thing. So you have to, I'm talking about S/4HANA 2020. So in S/4HANA 2020, you have to buy a separate license for reports that require communication with government. And that is fixed in BTP. You don't have influence. You cannot really change it or modify it. It's really hard communication. Just follow the government standards, and that's it. And it's not enabled for third-party communication. So if you have to do electronic submission, basically the option you have is using the SAP solution from ACR. So it's not a very flexible solution. I have asked SAP product managers in their summit about that, and they are not planning third-party integrations. So the way to go forward with BTP for communication with government is always the SAP software as a service solution.
Yes, I mean because I'm used to use SAP BTP, downloading iFlow from a standard solution, from country solutions inside digital compliance, and normally what we are doing is it's more than copy from the package to the local space, and then just to configure, just to set up, and then deploy, and that's all. Normally we don't develop anything special because the standard solution becomes to be the perfect one. In that case, you, as I understood, in ACR reporting, it happens the same. It's just to copy the standard package from the BTP and set up, and that's all, right?
Yes, yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is this also the case if you have your ACR solution on the on-premise, or are you talking only about if you have it in the cloud?
That is also the solution if you have on-premise. So if you have ACR, I talked really about on-premise. I didn't say anything about special cloud topics. So for on-premise, that's it. You have to have a BTP account, and you have to buy the license for the ACR communication from BTP, and that is like that. Even from on-premise, you don't have flexibility to choose, let's say, a third-party provider just for the communication. It's really fixed. SAP, for example, has other solutions for cloud. So there is, even if you are in ECC, they have a cloud solution for a few countries using ACR, where they extract data from the system, put it in the cloud, and you generate the report from there. But also the communication works the same. You have to use SAP solution for the communication in the end. But that is a really few cases. Just 5 or 6 countries right now have this option. Thank you.
Okay, and another question. This is a little bit technician question. Okay, this BTP are a new environment or Cloud Foundry environment?
Oh, that I actually don't know. I would believe it's new, but I really don't know by heart.
Okay, because since time ago, not so much, the CPIs, the BTP environment are changing from Neo environment to Cloud Foundry. Okay, but also I would like to know, I don't know.
No, that I don't know. I can check and I can post it online. I think it's an interesting question. I don't know. I remember it was developed in the past, 2-3 years ago, so maybe it's still in new and being migrated. But that's a good one. I will check it and I will update later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for your amazing presentation. I like the thanks as well on your slides. So, yeah. 1 second. I just forgot also to mention that Renan is former SAP employee. So we could see his know-how here. Yeah. Yes. Now we have just 5 minutes break. Okay. So and yes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. 10. No, we have no breaks. No, we have 5. No, we have 5-minute breaks. If you want to go to the toilet quick, then good. 5 minutes break. Well, guys, now let's start with our next presentation. So, Morten Vittrock from Denmark, welcome. Thank you so much for coming here again. And he's going to talk about open source in the SAP world. So, yes, thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Right. My name is Morten Vittrock. I'm from Denmark, as Felipe said. I'm part of the SAP Mentors program. I also help organize the Inside Track event in Copenhagen. I also like to visit a lot of other SAP Inside Track events like this one. It's been a while. I talked to Renan earlier today that I think it's the last time I was at one in real life was in January last year. The one in Waldorf, hosted by SAP. So it's really great to be back at a physical Inside Track event in the real world. Never mind the masks, it's great to be here. So thanks for having me, Felipe. I have a day job as well. I'm a principal architect at partner company KMD in Denmark. I focus on the SAP Business Technology Platform in general, the SAP Integration Suite in particular. I also have a book out on SAP Press about the Cloud Connector, but that's not the topic for today, so let's not get into that. The topic is open source in the SAP world. I'd like to start by giving you an overall big picture of open source in general. What are the key topics? And let me start by comparing it, or contrasting it to pretty much what's the opposite of open source, the proprietary software. And I'll use Windows as an example. That's a piece of software that we all know, right? What happens when you buy Windows at a store, or you buy a computer running Windows? What you're really getting is a license from Microsoft to use the operating system. You need to accept the terms of the license to use it. That's the pages and pages of legal stuff that we scroll through without reading it. But what it does, the license, it gives you the right to use the operating system under certain conditions. So what you don't get the right to is to, for instance, modify Windows. You can modify it in the settings, of course, but you can't modify it at a code level. Also, you can't distribute Windows. You definitely can't do that. That's software piracy, basically. You can't do that. Also, we don't have access to the source code of Windows. It's controlled by Microsoft. Right. Sorry. It's controlled by Microsoft, and we can't view it, and we can't access it. And the whole development the process of developing Windows at Microsoft is behind closed doors, basically. Microsoft can choose to share stuff with us, like blog posts and etc. But we can't really follow the development. That's behind closed doors, and that's their privilege to do, of course. So let's compare that to Linux, the open source operating system. Probably the most well-known open source project out there, right? To the extent that the Tux, the Penguin, has become pretty much synonymous with open source in general. So unlike Windows, you can get Linux for free. But like Windows, you still need to accept a license, which has certain terms in it. But those terms are quite different. So mainly, they give you the right to not only use the operating system, but also change it if you feel. You have access to the source code, and you can modify it if you want to. And also, Linux is developed pretty much in the open. So you can follow along if you want to on email lists and version control systems and so on. We sometimes talk about the 4 essential freedoms of open source, and they're a good way to compare the two worlds, right? So the 4 freedoms are the freedom to use the software, to study the program via the source code. You have access to it. You can redistribute, and you can modify and then distribute. Windows has none of these, and Linux has all of them. You might say that, okay, you can run Windows, but you can't run it as you see fit. If you have 4 PCs or whatever, and you buy a copy of Windows, you can only run it on one machine, right? So the run freedom is about running the program as you see fit. You cannot do that with Windows. Okay, so let's talk about how pervasive open source is today. For a period of time in the IT world, it was debated hotly when and if Linux would take over on desktop computers for everyday normal people. And obviously that never happened, but open source has won pretty much everywhere else. We have 4 mainstream operating systems for consumers today. It's Windows, Mac OS, iOS, and Android. And 3 out of those 4 are based on open source on servers. So not consumer computers, but on servers. Linux is absolutely huge. On the internet, most of the infrastructure when we go online is running on open source software like the DNS system, web servers, and so on, email. All the huge cloud providers are running their data centers on Linux and open source, like Amazon, Google, and so on. And a lot of the commercial software out there, so not open source software, but commercial, uses open source components, like databases, software libraries, programming languages, and so on. And yeah, maybe we should spend a little more time on that point, because if you're a commercial company, it makes a lot of sense to use open source components financially as well. Because there are so many high quality, very mature open source components out there that if you were to start from scratch and write everything yourself, you would be way, way behind all your competitors who are using open source components. So you can jumpstart your development by using a high quality open source component in your own project. So obviously that's what they all do, all the commercial software providers, right? SAP does as well. One of the products that I'm focusing on is the SAP Cloud Integration Service. So the integration platform for the cloud. And that is based on the Apache Camel open source project. So instead of writing an integration framework from scratch, SAP built cloud integration on top of Apache Camel, right? And that made a lot of sense for them, because Apache Camel is high quality, it's very mature. So definitely why not build on top of that instead of starting from scratch with a blank slate, basically, right? So the bottom line point is, even though you might not be aware, you're probably using open source software directly or indirectly all the time, every day, all day. Let's talk about the licenses. That's an important part of open source. And there's a really central point here. Having access to the source or being able to view source code is not the same as the software being open source. Because sometimes, jokingly, people refer to, in the SAP system, you can always go to transaction SEAD and you can view all the ABAP source code of all the ERP applications. So the joke being that SAP has always been open source, right? And it's a good joke, but obviously it's not open source because the main point is what can you do with that source code? It's fine that you can view it, but what can you do with it afterwards? That's the crucial part. And what you can do with the source code is detailed in the license. And as I mentioned earlier, the main difference between proprietary or commercial licenses and open source is that the open source license will let you modify the code and distribute the code afterwards. There's an organization called the Open Source Initiative that they approve licenses as being open source licenses, and they list 68 different licenses at the moment. So that's quite a few. But in practice, there are 3 licenses that are almost always used. There's the MIT license, Apache, and the GPL. GPL is the Linux license. It's what's known as a copyleft license. That's a pun on copyright. And it's sticky in the sense that if you have a GPL project and you modify it and make a new project, that project will automatically be GPL as well. So the license sticks to the code, so to speak. That has made some businesses wary of the GPL license because they worry that if they use GPL stuff, suddenly their code will be open source as well. Which brings me to the 2 other, MIT and Apache. They're known as permissive licenses, meaning basically you can do whatever you want with the code, pretty much, including using it in another commercial project with a different license. You can't do that with GPL, but with MIT and Apache you can do that. So that's the permissive versus copyleft. And you might say also there's a distinction between pragmatic and ideological, because the GPL is a very ideological, almost political license, which says that, okay, this code has been open sourced and it will remain so forever, right? You can't put it back in the box. With MIT and the Apache licenses, you can't do that. And so, yeah, the main point here is that if you use open source components, you absolutely need to understand the license implications, because they can be severe with some of the licenses. Okay, for the last slide of the big picture, a few words about business models for open source. Because if the price tag of the software is 0, can you make money on it? And you definitely can, and businesses out there definitely do. There's a bunch of different business models of how to do so. I've listed 3 common ones. The first one is the open core model, which is, in a nutshell, having the core of your product being an open source, and then offering add-ins or plugins that are not open source, that are commercial, and that you have to pay for. Many examples of this out there. I've pointed out Neo4j, the graph database, that if you want, you can download the open source version for free and run it, also use it commercially. But if you want, for instance, clustering in your on your servers, you need to buy this separately. So that's the open core business model. Probably the oldest one is the next one, made famous by Red Hat, the Linux distribution, where you give away the software for free, and then you make money on services like enterprise support, or training, or consulting, etc. Because even though the operating system is great, most, if not all, businesses, they want to be able to call someone if stuff breaks. So they want support, and you don't get that with Linux. It's no support, obviously, but you can buy it from Red Hat and other vendors. So you have a phone number, you can call them when stuff breaks down. A third one that's widespread is managed hosting. I've used the WordPress blogging software as an example. You can download their software and you can run it on your server. It's free and it's open source, but you can also buy it hosted from WordPress. And they wrote it, so they operate. They're very good at running WordPress, so you can get a cloud hosted version from WordPress if you pay for it. So that's a third business model for making money on your open source software. Okay, so with the big picture in place, let's talk about what SAP is doing in the open source area, which is quite a lot, and probably a lot more than most people know. They've not been that good at this stuff visible, but that's something they're working on now. I've included this timeline. I'm not going to go through every step. Just point out that the open source journey, so to speak, for SAP started all the way back in 1998, when the R3 ERP system was ported to run on Linux. Then it took a good long while for SAP to get all the processes around open source and internally in place. But then gradually they started to open source more and more of their own projects. I'll get back to some of those. They started joining the big open source foundations and so on. And the timeline goes up to 2020, where the SAP helped build the official German, the coronavirus contact tracing app, the Corona Warn app, which is open source and has been downloaded, I think, by now more than 25 million times. So it's a hugely successful open source project. And I'll get back to some of the other projects. SAP is a member of all the big open source foundations, like the Apache Software Foundation, Linux Foundation, and so on. And at this point, a lot of employees at SAP contribute to open source on GitHub, which is sort of the central site for open source projects by now. More than 1,800 people, that's a pretty impressive number. Another statistic that most people don't know is that amongst the commercial contributors to open source on GitHub, SAP ranks number 9 globally, along companies like Google, Amazon, and so on. So they're actually doing quite a lot of work in this area. In 2018, SAP established an internal open source program office to coordinate all this stuff and to work on defining the processes and supporting them internally at SAP around open source. Also to engage with the various communities of open source and to work on that problem of visibility, to make this more visible what they're actually doing. You might have seen them, for instance, at TechEd, where they host the open source bar, where they promote all these different SAP open source projects. There's also a new landing page at sap.com. It's a fairly memorable name, opensource.sap.com, where you can find information about all the various projects. There's a Twitter feed as well for the SAP open source initiatives. There's a podcast that's really good that I can definitely recommend. It's a webinar series as well. I've included links to all the stuff at the end of the slides. They will be distributed afterwards, right? Okay. So there's links to all the stuff at the end of the slides. I'm going to mention a few of the projects open sourced by SAP, just a handful. You can find a lot more information at the landing page, opensource.sap.com. I'm going to start with OpenUI5, which is probably the most well-known SAP open source project out there. It's a web development framework based on HTML5. It's basically the SAP UI5 product minus a few components that couldn't be open sourced because of proprietary licenses. It was not the first one to be open sourced by SAP, but I'm pretty sure it's the most well-known project. Open sourced in 2013, and in 2014 they started taking contributions on GitHub, meaning that if you are an Open UI5 developer and you add a new feature or you fix a bug or something, you have the option of getting your code into Open UI5, which is pretty cool. Next one up is Kima, one of the newer projects dating back to 2018. It's an application runtime running on top of Kubernetes that you can use to build extensions to SAP software using serverless functions, eventing, and so on. It's also the foundation of the business technology platform environment, the KEMA runtime. So it sort of ties into that managed hosting business model. You can download KEMA, you can run it yourself on top of Kubernetes. But you can also buy the KEMA runtime from SAP and have a managed Kubernetes runtime that SAP runs for you. Submachine is a version of the OpenJDK, which in itself is an open source Java development kit run by Oracle. This is the version that's maintained and supported by SAP, so you're not tied as an SAP customer. If you want to run Java, you're not tied into the OpenJDK maintenance plans and so on. So you can get a version from SAP that they support. It's what's known as a fork of OpenJDK, so maintained separately, but mostly SAP bring their changes back into the OpenJDK project. It's a friendly fork is the term. Also one of the newer projects open sourced in 2018. You can see the Java mascot Duke in here giving the thumbs up to the project. That's a nice detail. Yeah, the last one I'm going to mention is Gardener. It's another Kubernetes project that lets you manage Kubernetes clusters across different infrastructure providers. So give you a common interface to manage your various Kubernetes clusters. It runs on Kubernetes itself as well. Also a new project. As SAP focuses more and more on the cloud, there's more and more open source projects that are cloud related coming out. So this is also fairly new, open sourced also in 2018. Okay. In addition to all the projects run by SAP, there's a lot of stuff going on in the community as well. I'm going to mention a few of those here. First one up is SAP Link. I'm not completely sure that this was the first open source project coming out of the community, but it's definitely the first one that I can remember. Dates back to 2006, and two of the original members of the SAP Developer Network, Ed Herman and Dan McQueen, they took this project to the TechEd Demo Jam that year, and they won with SAP Link. And what it does is it lets you treat your ABAP source code as text outside the SAP system. In pretty much every other programming environment, that's what you do by default. But in the SAP system, your source code is stored in the database, or you can take it out of the system as a transport, but it's not easily handled as text. So you can have two different versions and compare them and see, okay, so this line was changed and so on. But that's what SAP Link lets you do. So it's an ancestor, so to speak, to ABAP Git, which is the next project I'm going to talk about. So where OpenUR5 was probably the most well-known SAP open source project, ABAP Git is most definitely the most well-known coming out of the community. And yeah, the clue is in the name. ABAP Git is a client for the Git version control system written in ABAP. So you can have version control, collaboration, etc. Running from inside your SAP system. So you can share code, use GitHub for your code, etc. All written in ABAP and running inside the SAP system. It was started by another Danish SAP mentor, alumnus, Lars Vam. And I checked last night, and by now it has 132 other contributors on GitHub as well, all adding code to this project. It's a pretty cool, impressive number. And in another first, ABAP Git was integrated back into an SAP product. namely the ABAP environment of the business technology platform. So if you're using Git in BTP, the ABAP environment, you're actually using ABAP Git behind the scenes. So that's a pretty impressive effort by Lars. CPI Lint, that's my own project in all modesty. It's an automated governance tool for SAP Cloud Integration, meaning in a nutshell that you can set up governance rules for your integrations and then have this tool do the actual work of checking those rules against your integrations on the platform. So you can find out, are they actually compliant with your rules? And if they're not, what are they doing wrong, so to speak? You might think of it as executable developer guidelines. So developer guidelines that you don't have in Word documents on SharePoint or whatever, but you can actually run them against the system and check for compliance. Released as open source back in 2019. The last slide of community project is .abap.org, which is a really nice catalog of open source ABAP projects. They have community stuff in there. They also have some collaborations like Microsoft and SAP is in there. At the point I took the screenshot, just under 200 projects and more than 1.2 million lines of open source ABAP listed in there. So definitely if you're an ABAP developer, you're looking for some open source ABAP code or a component, this is the place to go to look for it, .abap.org. It's a pretty memorable name, but I've got the link at the end of the slides anyways. Okay, I'm also almost out of time, so let's wrap it up. This is my last slide. If you think, yeah, open source, that sounds like fun, what can I do? So obviously, if you're a programmer, you can contribute by writing code, sure. And I cannot stress this enough, it's not the only way. There are many other ways to add value to an open source project. All projects need great documentation. So if you can contribute to the documentation, you're really adding value. Also, documentation is not just technical writing and text, it's also diagrams, charts, and so on. So if you have skills in that area, you're definitely a useful person to an open source project. If you use the software and it crashes or you encounter a bug, you can submit a useful bug report, and the developers can get to work on fixing it. And if it's a great bug report and they fix the bug, you've helped make that project better. So that's also a way to contribute. If you're skilled at organizing stuff, you can help organize a local meetup for an open source project that you like. Maybe you have an employer that has a room you can borrow to host a meetup. That's another great way. Also, yeah, if you're good at marketing stuff or you have social media skills, a lot of followers, you can help promote a project by using social media and so on. They will definitely appreciate that to get the visibility that they need to get out there. And also, yeah, you can donate money if you have some spare cash. It can be any amount. Many of these projects, they are happy to accept donations to buy a server or whatever they need. So donating to a project that you use or that you like is also an option. So the main point here, you definitely don't have to be a programmer to contribute to open source. There are many, many other ways to do it that don't involve writing code. Right. Links to all the stuff I mentioned. All the SAP stuff and all the community projects and so on. And that's actually 30 minutes. We might not have time for questions, but if you have some, you can always ask me afterwards at the coffee table. So yeah, thanks for listening. Thank you. Thanks for having me again, Felipe. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead. You're running the time, so.
Yeah, I only want to one point on it. The CPI link, your project, and developer rules to enforce. But you know, on the other side in ABAP, the classical ABAP, the ATP rules that you can extend and implement and extend to your own company rules.
Sure.
What's the connection between them?
It's similar, definitely, because it's all about defining some rules that you want your code or your integrations to comply with, and then leave it up to the tool to actually check all the code and check all the integrations instead of doing it manually. So you can definitely compare those two. Yeah, sure.
And some coordination possible if you have on-premise ATP rules implemented, or you have to redo it on your project if you go in the cloud.
Yeah, you would have to. Yeah.
In a moment.
Yeah, I get your point now. Yeah, you will have to do them again in
a moment. And
yeah.
We see the next direction step.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I have a question. It's regarding the UI5. Sorry, in the past I was also open source fan, and I invest my time there. Not nowadays, but in the past when I was student. What about the UI5, the project? Is there a future, a long future for this project? So I don't know how it's being developed. I know that it's from SAP, but is there a future, a long future for this project in the open source world?
Yeah, I would definitely think so. It's UI5, being the foundation of Fiori. So yeah, I would count on that for sure.
Okay. Now, because normally, not normally, but many open source projects during the times they die as well, so disappear. So, and this is why I'm questioning.
Yeah. I believe SAP is committed to keeping this running, but definitely projects in general, if there aren't the contributors, then over time it will, yeah, as you say, fade away. I don't see this happening with that particular project, but in general, if you go to GitHub, there's millions of projects, right, that are just have been abandoned, basically, right? So that happens all the time, for sure.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yes, I have another question. My question is mainly what you have been speaking about so many projects where SAP is involved, okay? But now I am an old developer. I am a usual ABAP developer as well, and I'm thinking of the ABAP code, a normal ABAP code, and I'm thinking when are executed not the migrations, the upgrades. SAP is thinking about to do the normal code like open source, because you know perfectly, or you could know perfectly when normally a customer open one included and does a modification using the source key. So it's when you upgrading, it's becoming using the transaction SPAO enhancement could be a little bit difficult, right?
Yeah. I think about the core SAP applications, if they would ever be open sourced.
Sorry?
Is that the question, if the core SAP applications would ever be open sourced?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see it happening. I think they want to keep the licensing pretty tight, so all the other projects I've talked about are, separate entities that are separate from the core ERP system. If I had to guess, and that's all I can do, obviously, I think that will remain to be the case going forward as well. So that the core system will remain on the current license, and open source projects will be separate satellites, so to speak, around the core system.
Thank you very much.
Any question? Perfect.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me elaborate a little bit better. SAP says one thing for the last 4 years, and it's important when you are developing. Keep your core clean. That means you want to develop, go to business technology platform. There you have the ABAP, there you have the code, and you won't be impacted by any upgrade, any support package, any enhancement package. And this is the core message that everybody has. So keep your core clean, and you will be happy. Especially when you're a person with a lot of experience with SAP, you face a problem when you say, okay, I now have to migrate to S/4HANA. What should I do? I have a lot of in-house development. I have bespoke development a lot. And now SAP is forcing me, because a new government, a new rule, a GDPR, you name it, or new Sweden law that force you to have certain documents on their soil. And what I have to do? And SAP answer has been for a long time and say, guys, you have the tools, you have the way how you bring your own code. Even now, you can bring your own code. You can. Now we are the old school. We all know ABAP, and some of us learn with COBOL at the very beginning, right? And when you come from COBOL, ABAP is just a nice way to evolve. But and now you can develop also on Python, Ruby. You can bring your own language into the foundation of BTP, and keep your core clean. So any impact, any change, any upgrade will be naturally easy for you. So my recommendation, just closing the branding, is that keep your core clean, use the tool extension tools, then you have all what you need to answer your question.
More questions? No? Well, okay. Then, Martin, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. Really, really high level. So now let's have a break, eat something, have a coffee, and a get together. Great, great. So I suppose we are complete. Good. There's Jose is coming. Yes, guys, thank you so much for joining again after the break. Yeah, now we have a very interesting presentation that I was waiting for a long time to hear. I swear, I would like to listen the topic I always present, but from someone other. So I'm really happy. This will be really interesting presentation regarding document compliance, developing new solutions by SOTIS. I think Renan gave another overview and start with the topic. Now we are going to go deeper together with Maite, Cosme, and Andrada Plantada. Así que, thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And thank you for attending the event. For me, it's a pleasure to be here. First of all, apologize for my English. It's not a good level, but I think you can understand, especially foreign people, because Spanish people, I think they understand me perfectly. I am an FI consultant. I work in SAP for 20 years. And the last part, the 8th last, like responsible of knowledge in at SOTIS. Little brief, what is SOTIS? SOTIS is a Valencian company, and we have the headquarters in Valencia, and we have the office at Barcelona, Madrid, Porto, Sevilla, and Aranda del Duero. For me, the most important now is the 10% that we of our the EBITDA that we dedicate to the training of the consultants. For us, it's very, very important to have the consultants ready for that. SOTIS, we have a group of three companies, and our company is the unit SAP. In SAP, we have a focus in the different sectors. Me, for example, I am part of logistic sector, but like you know, finance is a module that is across for some specialists in some specific things different about sectors, but more or less is the same. We can do a module across. SOTIS in SAP, we have more or less 400 consultants, and we are growing up. So if you want to join us, you can come. You will be welcome. And also, if you want to collaborate with us, it's a good opportunity for that. And here I want to remark that legal part is an important part in SOTIS. We have FI consultants and specialists in legal because, like you know, there is in constant change. So it's very important to be updated because it's not, we have a problem when we are going to implement the projects. So we are pilot partner for the new solutions. We work very, very close with SAP, with Victoria Globart, and now with Francisco Hurtado in the part of SAP document compliance and SAP advanced compliance reporting. When Felipe proposed us to participate in this event, I was thinking about what is something interesting for this event, and I thought that document compliance is a good topic, but especially the opportunity that the consultants and the partners have in this tool, because we can develop solutions because we have the base. We don't need to invent anything. the tool is, and so we need a little effort for developing new solutions. And it's very, very interesting because it's some vacío, I don't know the word. It's like there is when SAP has a solution, or when there is a regional legal requirement, for example, we can use. So more or less, I want to explain what is the evolution of the tax reporting obligations. This is a reality. The taxes are increasing. Government are try to prevent the fiscal evasion, so they are increasing this type of obligations. And also, I want to talk a little with the challenge we have in this part. What is document compliance, and how we are using the tool in SOCIS for doing the new solutions. In the globalized world in which we live, compliant legal requirements is very, very, very hard. This involves all the agents that are governments, consultants, and customers. So it's increasing if you can see in the map. So electronic invoices, periodic reporting is a mix with document compliance and advanced compliance reporting, like Renan has explained in her explanation. So it requires an attention, a constant attention, because the laws are changing, and there are new laws, and you need to be compliant. So we need a holistic solution because we need to implement several local regulations in a lot of countries. Also, we need to pay attention in the data inconsistency. We need an end-to-end solution, an integrated solution, and also the different deployment systems. We can work on-prem, in cloud, and we have heterogeneous application for platforms. So, yes. So what is document compliance? Document compliance is an extensible framework that leverages similarities across the countries to reduce development efforts and provide consistent solutions approach. So this is like before COVID and after COVID. Document compliance is something similar in SAP. So before document compliance, like in advanced compliance reporting, we had a lot of different reports, a lot of different transaction codes. It was very difficult for consultants to understand some solutions because the base, the programming and all that was different in every country. So after, with the document compliance, we have a unique framework, a unique base, and in the end, all the processes are the same. If you think about what are we doing when we are exchanging documents, we have a post, we have to send this information, and we have to receive an answer from the tax authorities, and we need to resolve some problems if they have. So if you think, in the end, there is the same. So we need a unique app, a unique transaction, because we can do the particularities for each country, but the base is the same. So with SAP document compliance, we have one single framework. We have an harmonized user experience. We have one provider contract for multiple countries. We discovered it in terms of countries and processes and the possibility of extending coverage to other geographies. This is that you can take advantage of that because it's a good opportunity for partners and for consultants. Also, the maintenance of regular change are easier in using the solution because you only need to adapt something little. With document compliance, we can integrate SAP with the tax authorities with the minimal disruption of the normal process in the company. Also, we can automate the submission and the reception of invoices. And the most important, you have an application and transaction code for monitoring what is happening in these processes. This slide is from SAP, it's from SAP. You can see in the help of document compliance in what's new. You can see all the local versions, and they update quarterly. You know, there are some meetings, some webinars that SAP do in order to explain with the local version they are going releasing. For example, in Mexico, electronic invoice was started at 2004, a lot of years ago, and we have started with a monitor programmed exclusive for that. And SAP, once document compliance is in the market, they have they have transferred. Thank you, Jose. They have transferred the solution to document compliance. For complemento de pago, for receive payments in Mexico, they have another solution. You need to use document compliance. There are no standard solution in SAP. If we talk about Spain, we went by paper for a lot of years ago. And SII was a revolution here in Spain. We have two versions for different validation document, and I think 2 modifications. So all that in 4 years. So there is in a constant change, and it's very, very, very important to have a tool that we have maintenance, and we can work in all the world and the same way. So what is the SOCIS experience in document compliance? We were the partner who most implementations did here in Spain for SII in 2017. We did around more than 80 standard SA implementation. We know very well also the law here in Spain, and I think this is an added value important for, that our customers know. Also, we have experience in Portugal, in Turkey, Italy, Greece. That is very, very similar. The books they have something similar to the SII. Also for Mexico and Hungary. But what happened when, for example, we have a customer that is located in Uruguay, and we went to implement this company there. There is no localization from there is no localization for SAP, so there is no electronic invoice. And in this moment, we have worked with document compliance, and we proposed him to develop the solution in this tool. We went to Germany. I met Felipe in this training in Waldorf, and it was a good experience. And we have the knowledge about the tool, and we start with this customer in this way. So there is no standard solution by SAP, and the customer is very, very, very happy because they have other solutions in the same monitor. And all the maintenance is from here in Spain, in the TI department. So for them, it's very, very easy to understand where some errors occurs in that. So it was the first, but not the last. Because we are facing another challenge. So it was ticket buy. Ticket buy is an electronic exchange also for country bags. It's in the north of Spain, and there is a regional council. So we have the same problems. SAP say, it's a regional legal requirement. I am not to develop the solution because there is not too much customers. So we take advantage of the opportunity, and we have the solution for that. There are three regional councils: Álava, Guipúzcoa, and Vizcaya. Vizcaya has postponed the solution. They will be into force the 1st of January of 2024, but Álava and Guipúzcoa will be into force the 1st of January of 2022. So we have developed both solutions. Document compliance have the possibility to develop the solutions with two scenarios. The first scenario is using a third-party infrastructure, and we have used for both, for Uruguay and for ticket buy, the first. This is because sometimes you need to be registered there, like a partner authorized, and so it's very important for us to work with another local partner who is registered, and also for in the case of Uruguay, for example, because to be updated with the law in each country is very, very, very difficult. If you don't know very well all the law, you have a problem. So when we work with a partner, it's easier for us. And also you have the other solution to connect directly with the tax authority. SAP use both depending of the country. For example, in Mexico they use a third part because they need a partner authorized. And for example, in Turkey, it's mandatory to connect via an IP, a Turkish IP. So you need to pass by a partner. I have finished my presentation, and now Andrea Plantada, who is working with me in my team, it's a pleasure to have people like Andrea, is going to explain a little more, with more detail, the solutions that Ticket Buy and Uruguay Invoice. She talks very well English, so I live with her. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for having me here, and thank you, Maite. I'll be to a bit more detail of I'll be getting into a bit more detail of what the solutions are and what is required. So we're going to be starting with Ticket Buy. What I want to say here firstly is that our solution can be implemented in an ECC system. We implemented in S4HANA, and for S4HANA Cloud, Sothis has been chosen as the pilot partner to develop this solution. And right here where I'm saying it's a compatible solution, what I mean is that Spain, for example, we have the SII, which is provided a standard SAP localization. The same for e-invoice in Spain, and it's also compatible with SAP e-document solution. The reason why it's compatible is, as Maite said, we develop these solutions within document compliance, so we use that extensibility opportunity that the document compliance framework offers. With that, we can provide solutions that are compatible with anything that you implement that is standard. So right here, you can see the overview of what the process for get by would be. You can see there's an part that you would do within the system, and then a part that is done with the system. They said we require of a third party that is a partner that authorized. In this case, we are communicating via EDICOM. Process would be we would start by posting an invoice either in SD or in finance, an outgoing invoice. Trigger the creation of an e-document and its corresponding XML file. I also want to mention that you can also upload, in case you use an external system, you can use a conversion program to create those e-documents and send those from your e-document cockpit. So at the end, we would have both internal and external documents in our once we have the documents created and the XML file, via the CPI, we would communicate with EDICOM. And EDICOM would be the one to communicate with that, the corresponding regional council, because as Maite said, there's 3 different ones. So we would communicate with whatever, wherever our company code is located. Once the regional council has our XML and they validate it, we would get a response, either saying if it's been accepted or rejected, come all the way back to our cockpit where we would see that end. Also, so whenever a document is accepted, they're going to send back a QR code and a ticket by ID number that has to be printed in the invoices, and that's the information is getting all the way back to our cockpit. So now we're going to get into just a couple tables of customizing to understand the solution. Right here on the left, that's where we would indicate to where company code is going to be sending information. So in this case, our company code 1000 is going to be our company code is going to be sending information to Alava, so that's where we would indicate where that company code is going to be communicating. And then if you've worked with SAP e-document solutions, some of these tables will look familiar because, again, we are using standard SAP tables. So right here, we would just indicate what accounting types are going to trigger the creation of an e-document. This is another SAP standard table. Here we would indicate how we're going to be generating that XML. And as it is an integrated solution, we'll be generating that XML file that we'll send later with the AIF. And I also want to mention here that, well, when I say the solution is compatible, you can see that we are customizing both the SII and ticket buy, in this case, in the very same table. And finally, when we've been through the whole process, I said that we end up in our cockpit. And here's where we would see our QR code and the ticket by ID number that the regional council has provided via IDCOM. Right here on the cockpit, you can also see if the documents are internal documents or the external documents that I said you could upload. And we would, in case an e-document were rejected, we could see the error and we could go ahead and fix it. And down here, well, we have the XML that we would be sending to the tax authority, and then the XML that we would get back from them with that QR code and that ID number. Okay, now moving on to the Uruguay invoice solution. As I said, we are always customizing standard tables, so pretty much the customizing is more or less the same. Some differences depending on legal requirements, obviously, from each country that we must comply with. So some customizing might be slightly different. But again, we would have to activate that company code that is going to be communicating with the DGI in this case. Also the accounting documents types that are going to be triggering that e-document creation. In the case of Uruguay, the CFE must have a specific number ranges, so we would have to create a specific table in order to maintain those numbers and be able to comply with the legal requirements. And similar to ticket buy, whenever we send the invoice, we get a QR code back to that has to be printed in the invoices. Therefore, we probably have to adapt our forms to make sure that we are including that QR code. This is what the process would be. We would start again by selecting our documents, creating the documents. Again, via the CPI, we would communicate with a third-party provider for the reasons that Maite already said. And in this case, we would communicate with the DGI, which is the tax authority in Uruguay. Again, the information would come all the way back to our cockpit, and that's where we would see if the documents have been accepted or rejected. And in case of error, that's where we would see that. So here's again the cockpit. All our solutions end up, it's a unified user experience, as Maite said. So whatever solution we develop is always in the cockpit. So for the user, it's basically transparent because it's the same process that we're doing. So here you can see the Uruguay solution, but you can also see the standard SII solutions. Here you could see the different statuses that each country has different statuses depending on legal requirements, and also, well, different buttons to perform certain actions depending on each country. So with that said, thank you very much for having us here, and any questions, either Maite or myself will answer.
Questions? No? Everyone is afraid. So, so thank you so much, Maite Andrada. So, Andrea, pardon. And yeah, it was a really nice presentation. Thank you for sharing your experience with document compliance. I love this topic, so yeah, really cool. And now we have just 5 minutes break, and then Luis Felipe Lanz will start his presentation. Just 5 minutes, take water or go to the toilet, what else, and then we start, okay? Hello. So, yes. Hola. Bueno, chicos. Last presentation of the day, finally. No? So, yes, the best come to the end. So, now, yeah, you have the responsibility, Felipe. So, yeah, welcome. Let's give a welcome to Luis Felipe Lanz. He's an SAP employee and has a huge experience with SAP in general. So he was, as I said, I told you before, he was also recommended from David from Barcelona. He knows him well from the SAP community. And he's going to have a really interesting topic. It's related to mobile start, right? So, and yes, I'm really interested to listen your presentation. So thank you so much, and go ahead.
Thank you. You see my face and not an imposter. So guys, let me start with the video, okay? Amazing. It looks like an Apple advertising instead of SAP, right? Yes, this is something that is to happen. Let me start with the full presentation. First, thank you very much for being so long. Being the last speaker is quite a challenge because people start, it's already waiting in their mind, what's going to be my lunch? What about the beer that you just showed in the video? Will I join and Saturday a beer? Come on, that is what we want to do. So my name is Luis Felipe Lanz. For those who don't know me, I've been with SAP for the last 18 years in several positions. Currently an expert engagement executive for platform technology. That means business technology platform. And living in Valencia, yes? Believe it or not. We are a beta underground crowd that is SAP is living here in Valencia. And what I want to show you is something that we just released to the market, is P Mobile Start. Together with the AppGiver, that is the application for no-code developer that we just released this week, we are looking to change a little bit the perception of what is a mobile strategy with SAP. I cannot present you something about mobility if I'm not doing it from a mobile device, right? So I bring my iPad here. So it's real things, real happen. You bring your things with you. And lawyers force me to do this, so I will skip the slide already. And the main idea is when you talk about mobility, what do you think about? So I see Alex is handing the headphone, the iPhone with him. It's part of us, and you already have, some of you have smartwatches as well. I bring my smartwatch just to know how many laps I have in the swimming pool. And then it become more and more and more a gadget for me. And when my daughter is there, I start playing with the Mickey Mouse face on my Apple Watch. I only ask her to do something. Do not accept meeting request. It's the only thing I ask you to do. Please do not accept meeting requests. But to be honest, what we want to bring something on mobile, do you figure out that this is what our mobile experience should look like. So create a purchase order into an iPad. It's not possible, right? So there is people saying, okay, what should I do with a mobile device? You have to do what the people in the video did. They have to do something native. You don't need to learn about how to use it. As Albert Einstein said, if you cannot explain that for a people of 6 years old, you don't understand it to you. So the important part is how can I do this? What is the user experience? What they want to do is they want to have productivity, work flexibility. I can do it wherever I want. I can go to have, here in Valencia we used to have the almuerzo, and it means it's mandatory. If you want to be part of this society, here in Valencia at 10 latest, you need to go out with your colleagues and get it. What happened? The business doesn't stop in that moment, right? You need to be able to take actions, not to fulfill a purchase order, not to do a monthly financial closure, but you need to take some actions, and you can do it from your words, you can do it from your iPad, you can do it from your iPhone, and you can do it immediately, and it will trigger other tasks. So how can we make that happen? We created something that is called SAP Mobile Start. And SAP Mobile Start will bring you the platform to do that in an easy way. Okay? Have some tricks, have some pain points, so you cannot have this purchase order form in the ABAP way, no matter if you do it with PSP or you make a web dimper for ABAP and make it, oh, that doesn't look, it's lovely and in fashion. No, it doesn't work. You need to work in a very conceptual way how you work in a mobile device. So with this application, definitely it's oriented for us for HANA because this is where we are working, but you can bring other and previous elements. You can take the enterprise, the intelligent enterprise to your fingerprint. What is the key capabilities that this platform offers to you? First, it's a native entry point. Believe me, you give an iPad to a 5-year, 4-year, 3 years old baby, and they immediately know how to make it work. I remember a few years ago, so my daughter trying to move the screen in the TV, say, no, I want to move this out. Come on, huh? Why this is so old? It doesn't work as expected. Just expected for you. I am quite old. I saw the TV in black and white, and only 2 TV channels, right? And then you need to have deep UX integration. You have a lot of power in your hands. You have, if you have an iPhone Pro, you will have leader scanners in your hands. You can take cubic dimension of this room, including all the elements with your mobile device. Not only WhatsApp, not only fashion selfies. No, you can also do a lot of things. But what about to take the advantage of that things you already bring with the operating system and combine with the business, right? Is what you saw when this person in the video was scanning all the pieces they have in a storage room, and that storage room will immediately recognize those places. So you have that information is pulled back to an SAP and bring the results. And definitely you need to have a persona. That's mandatory. So it's not the same on a financial director that the person who is in a storage room or who is checking your badge to come into physical security in your offices. We have this application that is already work for an iPad, work for iOS, and work in the smartwatch, and they have something that is taking advantage already. So you have a notification, you have web apps, because you have apps, there are webs. You have native apps that they are working with Swift into the device, into the launchpad, and you have web links, news feeds, etc. So you can have a lot of influence by only using one single app. That app also have very native, intuitive things. You have widgets. Yes, it works there. You have the news, you have the events, you have the to-dos into your widgets, into your operation system. It's nothing that is made only for SAP. You use a widget for see, oh, should I bring my umbrella because it's going to be raining today, or should I approve the purchase order? I can do the same with the same tool, right? And also, you have native notifications. It comes to you. You wake up. You come out from the swimming pool and see, okay, what happened? Okay, I have a lot of things on my inbox. I can approve. I can take actions immediately, right? You have the personas. So this is tailored content. So you can have the content located for a financial application, for logistical, for a legal person, or for a project manager. And remember, project managers, when they're users, they're not necessarily IT project managers. So they are not just filling a scrum boards. They are also into the road, creating paving a road, etc. There could be a lot of things. Let's have a look on the product itself. So the start screen is very simple. You have the to-dos. You have role-specific content provided for other apps that you're using. And you can include the latest news. This is optional. If you don't use news, you get it out, right? What else do we have? You have application screen that you have a different here. You can have all the inbox, the approved leave requests, etc. You can search because you have a search functionality integrated on it. And you can have a native web apps made for mobile. When I say that, I remember what I said in the beginning. We now have AppGiver. And AppGiver can create no-code applications real fast. You connect your APIs, you connect it, you create it, you deploy it, and it is immediately visible for the roles you have on the field. This is very quick, very simple to do. You can do also a very extraordinary long code development. Once you deploy it, you can get it immediately visible in your app. So you have iOS integration at the moment. So you have the widgets, you have the notification, you can get the notification on your watch. You can also promote via OS notifications and search what is the SAP Star, and you can also see the applications within the application display on the search. So you don't need to really search within all the topics and get it done. And it's very intuitive. Now let's take a little bit deep. What do I need to get that, right? Because what is the experience I faced during the last years with the mobile experience with SAP? Say, oh, it looks fantastic, it's in PowerPoint. But now I need to buy mobile users. I need to create a remote connection. I need to create a cloud connection with the trusted capabilities that encrypt the data from one place to another. Come on, that is a 2 years project just to have a simple app that approve my leave request, right? It's crazy. So what happened, let's have a look in the architecture. The architecture is very simple, 3 levels. What you really need to focus is, you need to have your SAP BTP, Business Technology Platform, before known as an SAP Cloud Platform. You can get it into a trial even. So it's valid also for the trial. And in that, you will need to have something, SAP Launchpad service, also trial available. So you don't need really to sign a big contract with SAP. You have Launchpad. Once you have the Launchpad, you open your application and you click on SAP Mobile Start Ready, and immediately become visible to the application. Then you will have later on this year or next year in the version, you will have the task center, so you will be able to create tasks and push notifications to the devices. And you have the identity services, business role, destination services, subscription management, so you will be able to connect to different systems in the back end. And you will be able to connect to all the different systems you see here. So you will be able to even integrate SAP Concur that still runs an Oracle into our mobile star. So you will have a real single point of access, a centralized point of access that everybody can use in the road or in their house or pick up their daughter in the school, be able to do business continuity with a single application. What is product duration? It's a live preview. I have to remark it's a live preview because they will say, Luis said in this SAT Valencia that you're going to have it. No, come on. And it's a live preview. But what we have is we're getting the first customers. We just released it here in September. And we have S/4HANA situation handle integration. So you're going to have mesh also integration into the solution. And we have a some run-off. And then, for that people that love Android, I'm not part of that, but there is still a large population that rely on Android. And you will have in Q1 next year this version available for Android. Remember, SAP and Apple have a very large partnership. So we are working with it and the native integrations. We have SAP community pages. So there is already places in the community. You can ask the product management. You can get the experience. You can benefit from the blogs. And everything is already there. And the most important part for you is if you have an iPhone and you want to take the QR code, you can download immediately the application. So you can really start working with it. The application comes with a trial demo, and once you make it available into your Launchpad, the Launchpad will generate also QR code. You can scan the QR code and immediately log in into your mobile application and retrieve all the information you have. And I guess I took a very nice timing and accelerate a little bit the speech. Sorry if I speak too fast. And I really thank you very much for having me the chance to present this to you. As mentioned, it's the new part. As mentioned to you, Jose, is a BTP. The BTP is the place to be, together with the integration suite, together with extension suite, is a place where all the developers can really rely that no matter what happens in your backends, you will still have your code up and running, and you can create. Be creative as much as you can. You can just take some Fiori apps, put it there, the Launchpad, make it available in the SAP mobile store, or develop your own web iOS application in Swift, and you get it. With that, guys, I guess we are close to 2 p.m. So now is officially SAP Open Restaurants, Spain Open Restaurants. So it's not, especially people who's coming from the north, that they say, hey, what happened is already dinner time. No. We are able to have an open restaurant now, and I wish you a very lovely weekend, rest of the weekend, and thank you very much for your participation, for people who is here and spend a part of your weekend with us. Thank you very much. Sorry, questions? Jose, of course.
Hello. Yes. As we got Rudolf and myself 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we got a course training related Launchpad, SAP Fiori apps, so on, so on. And Rudolf and myself, we are technicians for sure, developers, and we were thinking about what happens with the apps inside a mobile phone. So right now, these all our docs were here thanks to your presentation, because that means inside the BTP Launchpad there is a section to develop the properly apps at the properly size and so on. And I'm thinking you are not going to answer my questions because yes, your slides clearly appear this answer. You were all the time showing Apple mobile phones, Apple tablet phones, Apple. But I was thinking, what about Android? And then suddenly appear another slide saying, yes, SAP also is thinking in Android for sure, because there are millions of users who loves Android as well. So yes, just to do a little bit bigger your meeting, but yes. Thank you for all your quickly information, but from my point of view has been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Questions? Yeah.
Okay, then it's more my curiosity because we already had SAP Fiori client available for iOS, and I would like to understand what would be the difference because we already had, let's say, approval workflows, things like that in the Fiori client. What would be the main difference for now having the mobile start? What are there still user cases for the Fiori client? More, just a bit on that.
Let's put it more simple for you. You used to have a Fiori client app. It's no longer available in the Apple Store. Okay? That is the most rude answer I can give to that question, but to be honest, this is a new evolution. Okay? The good part is that with the Fiori app, you are able to connect to a Fiori portal and you can get this information. But the Fiori app also require more deep analysis in order to exploit native operations. For example, this scanner you have in the camera, you need to really code it. It's not in the Fiori app itself. And the Fiori app is no longer available. So you can get it to continuity, to business continuity. You can ask SAP, they give you the API or the code. So you can personalize it, but it's no longer available. Now it's coming to this application. And the other part is we are trusting a lot in the SAP Launchpad service in the BTP. Why? Because we don't need mobile users. We don't need to create a special SDK for that. You get it there. You get it. You only are able to select if you want it into the mobile or not. And this is when you deploy the app, just a check mark. SAP Mobile Store. So it's available there. To be more deep in your answer, you can develop in Python because you can develop with the SAP Business Application Studio that also use the Cloud Foundry functionalities and Kubernetes and microservices integrated there, deployed in Launchpad, and you already have it in mobile. You don't need to redeploy a mobile application. The mobile application itself will take this advantage. That's more or less.
Perfect, thank you.
Wow, Luis.
Thank you very much. Thank you
so much. Yes, Luis Felipe, your presentation was amazing. Thank you so much. Really, a lot of emotions, and it was really interesting to see how SAP is developing this mobile. And here you are very. I know I'm a father right now, and it's very beautiful to see that your daughter coming to you and saying she's proud of you. So. Yes, good. We are at the end of the event. So we have many presentations here. So I want just to thank you so much for coming here. So we have some people online as well. Thank you so much for participating in our meeting, in our SAP Inside Track Valencia. And yeah, I hope next time we can do it again in a better way. So invite also the university here in Valencia, and so that other companies can also join us. So this is the first edition. So yeah, I think we did a good job as well. And what I would like to do before we leave here, so make a picture. Is it okay for everybody to have a picture so that we register? Yeah. So you can bring also your daughter and your wife. It's nice because they were part of the presentation. So yes. So I would suggest, Lola, can you help me here? So just for a decision. So can we take the chairs, put it to the side, and yeah? No, so it's just if we can do that. Sim, estava pensando em poner aqui.